is why I have this interview with you.
I don't
But
honestly, Oreo, I don't know how any of this shit works. I just people tell me to show up, and then I don't know, and then so I'm glad you're here though, because I think these are excellent questions.
thank you.
Um, so your question was, are do people get psychiatric diagnoses wrong? And I would say I certainly hope so.
Mm.
I certainly hope that most psychiatrists out there don't label someone with one thing and then just assume that they're right.
And is it possible to have, like, other symptoms to other disorders that like, while you're, like, manic? Because like,
Sure.
I was strangely, like, really I thought I was, like, confident I had OCD
Sure.
for some reason. Because like, I had to do things a certain way and, like, I had to like, say things, like, a certain amount of times and do things a certain amount of times in order for it to be valid. So
Yep.
that was really weird.
Yeah, so I think that too is like so mania will uncover other things which like your normal mind is able to manage. But when your mind becomes manic, like you just can't manage it the way like it sort of becomes like, things and yeah, so I really think about mania as like turning the dial up to 100% in all kinds of stuff. So it may turn up the dial in to 100% in terms of like OCD symptoms. It can also turn the dial up to 100% in terms of energy and creativity. So the interesting thing is that if you look at even Harvard College has a higher incidence of bipolar disorder than the rest of the United States. And the reason is because people who are a little bit bipolar can get away with only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night and have lots of energy to study. Like not a joke.
No, that's, like, really relatable actually.
How
Because
so?
I kind of now that I'm, like, evened out and, like, calm, I kinda miss being manic because I
Yep.
was so productive and, like, every idea that I had was, like, amazing and ideas kept flowing, and that's usually when my channel started growing as well as manic. It's because I posted a lot of videos, a lot of content on, like, popular things, and I didn't have any doubts.
Yeah. So I've worked with very successful artists who have sometimes asked me, how can I use my bipolar disorder to create more? And they've come to me and they've said like, hey, I want to stop taking medications for a certain amount of time and I want to create. And then can you put me back on them after a month? Because I'm not feeling my creative energy. Do you ever think about that?
Yeah, that's why, I actually wanted to stop taking my medications because it made me feel sleepy, but my doctor was like, "No."
Yeah. And how
Yeah.
do you feel about that?
I think it makes sense because I even though I felt really good and I was at the best state of mind in my or that's what I thought, like, other people were having a hard time. Like, my parents, like, they were really worried about me because for some reason, I had this strange obsession with America's Got Talent, comedy, and, Howie Mandel. And I was like, "I have to go to America's Got Talent, audition for comedy specifically, and meet Howie Mandel and touch his bald head." Specifically, I don't know why.
Yeah, that certainly does sound. I mean, so I understand you already have a diagnosis, and just to be clear, so it's good that you're in treatment because otherwise it would terrify me because I don't diagnose people over the internet. But
Yeah.
this really does sound to me like mania. Like it sounds like that's an appropriate diagnosis. One question. So one reason that bipolar disorder gets misdiagnosed a lot is if people are using substances. So
Mm.
I would normally ask you, do you use substances? But instead, what I'm going to ask you is, does your psychiatrist know truthfully whether you use substances or not? We don't need
Yes.
to know, but they need
Yeah.
to know. Okay. Because
Yeah,
one of the,
and I another thing is because I was misdiagnosed with just depression, I was taking, like, the wrong medication that actually made my mania even more, like
yeah, so
yeah.
unfortunately, that is very common. So the problem is that we can't diagnose someone with bipolar. So let's just talk about depression and bipolar for a
Mhm.
second. People who are bipolar have periods of depression and periods of mania. People who are depressed or may have major depression only have depression, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So now, like, put yourself in the shoes of a psychiatrist. Let's say an 18-year-old girl comes in and she is depressed. Does she have bipolar or does she have depression?
I guess we don't know.
Exactly. And that's hard,
Yeah.
right? So, like, we
Man, I
just don't,
feel bad for my
right.
psychiatrist. I don't know, I know it's their job, but it must be really difficult. It's a hard job, it sounds like.
It is, but it's worth it. Every cent, like, I mean, it's worth it, dude. Like, cause here's the thing, like, Oreo, helping people like you is absolutely worth it. I don't want my job to be easy. I want you to get better. I want you to continue to create music. I want you to like live a happy and fulfilling life where you take that little bit of crazy deep inside you and turn it into music, which touches people in a way that a completely sane person cannot. So this is the other crazy thing is like, why does bipolar disorder exist? Right? So like, why does it happen? And I'm telling you that I think that some of the most beautiful things that I've seen in terms of artistic creation happen from people who are on that bipolar spectrum in some way, shape, or form. It doesn't mean that they're actually manic, because I think when you're fully manic, your mind is so like extreme that like other people can't appreciate it.
Yeah.
But you're channeling like something really powerful, and when you can get that under control and like focus it on artistic creation, I genuinely think it's more beautiful than what the average person can make, which is tough. I realize I said
Yeah.
something that is hard to respond to.
No, it's just yeah, I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or
Yeah.
like, I don't know, yeah. I feel flattered.
Okay. I mean, I think it's just the truth of your situation, right? It's authentically like, it doesn't mean, I mean, on one hand you're ill, but I don't think it's all bad.
I do think that way too.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's something that people should want, but at the same time, if you have it, like, I guess appreciate it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think keep it under control, because like, I mean, if you're truly manic, like, you're gonna make music and it's gonna be such a mess.
Yeah. Dude, I made a song that was called "Happy," and then I just slammed my keyboard, like, 3 times, and that was the song. It's because
Yeah.
I'm so happy you can't even comprehend.
And they don't comprehend, right? So that's actually not good music, even though in the mind of someone who's manic, it feels like good music.
I thought everything was good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So highly elevated mood is what mania usually entails. Like, everything's perfect. Um, yeah, I mean, and other questions? I know we're kind of
Um,
bouncing around, but I have some for you, but I want to make sure we get to
oh,
yours.
no, I'm pretty I got through everything. I wrote up a little doc just in case I get nervous and forget everything.
Are you feeling nervous?
Um, at first, at first I was, like, really excited, and then all of a sudden I just got this surge of nervousness. You know the Eminem song, like, "Palms sweaty, knees weak,
Hmm?
mom's spaghetti?" Yeah,
Hmm?
that's how I feel.
Yeah, so that's just a sympathetic nervous response. That's adrenaline.
Yeah,
Um,
I feel like, so much energy.
okay. So should we just keep talking through it, or do you want to like meditate for a second, or what do you want to do?
Um, I actually like talking, so
Okay.
I wanna keep talking through
So
it.
do you want to tell me about child on child abuse then?
Yeah, recently, or it's gotten a lot better, but I've been having a lot of flashbacks about my childhood, and, um, I don't know, I just wanna talk more and learn more about this because I can't find a lot of resources,
Okay.
and I feel like it's more common than it is, like, than I think it is.
Okay. And
Yeah. Oh,
what are we talking about? Help me understand what
oh,
happened to you.
yeah. So basically, when I was like 9 or 8 or 9, I moved to Georgia and I like lost all my friends because I moved to a different state. And I met this girl who said she'd be my friend, but only if I do certain things with her. And it was it was like a relationship that I didn't really want, I guess.
Okay.
It was, and she made me like there were times where it was consensual, but at the same time it's like aren't kids, like not able to give consent
Yeah, so when you
either
say
way.
wanted to do things, do you mean like intimate things?
Yeah, like really inappropriate things, like things like normal kids don't do.
Okay. And you
Yeah.
were 8 or 9, and how old was the other girl?
She was 1 year older.
Okay. So that's kind of fucked up.
Oh.
I mean, that that
I've
happened to you.
only told my close friends and my family, and they told me that it was pretty normal, and I didn't feel that way about it. They said a lot of kids, like, play doctor and stuff, but it felt like more than that.
Okay, so now I'm a little bit confused because what you were describing to me, and because when I said that's kind of fucked up, I was expecting you to say yeah, but you seemed confused by my answer.
Yeah, because no one's really told me that, or maybe a few of my friends, but everyone else is like, "Yeah, that same stuff happened to me," and they kinda just
Do you tell them what actually happened to you in
yeah.
detail?
Actually, not in detail because it's kind of embarrassing for me for some
Sure.
reason,
Yeah.
but I just say,
That's
like, "Yeah,
common
they
for
made me
vic.
uncomfortable."
So I'm guessing what they think is normal is not what actually happened to you, but they're filling in. So when you speak, Oreo, you're
Mhm.
vague,
Oh,
right?
sorry.
No, no, no. It's not. It's. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm pointing it out to you.
Oh, okay, okay.
So, like for example, you said there was a 9-year-old girl, and she said she would be my friend, but only if I do certain things. And I don't know if that means. So my wife used to play a game with her sister called Princess, and my wife was the older sister, so she would be the princess, and then her younger sister would be the servant. So she would just like run around and like get her candy, and like that was the game that they played, right? So I don't know, and I don't think, I mean, I'm not trying to say that that was anything inappropriate. I think it's just, an
Mhm.
older sister being an older sister. But like when you say that she said, you can't be my friend unless you do certain things, like I don't know if that means wear a certain piece of clothing or carry around her book bag or do her homework for her or
Oh,
something that's like,
no. It was, like, sexual activity.
yeah, so that's really bizarre for 8 and 9-year olds to engage in. So generally speaking, if you take an average 9-year-old off the street, they don't really engage in too much sexual activity. Usually engaging in sexual activity as a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old is like that's a red flag as a treater for sexual abuse.
Ah,
Because how does a 9-year-old learn how to be sexual?
through other people, I guess?
Absolutely. Right? That's where our kids learn. Like, so, my kids want to be Princess Queen Elsa because they watch Frozen all the time. And that's what they run around and that's what they pretend to be. And so, what kids tend to pretend to be is like what they see. So, I had my kid recently put her sheepy in timeout. And where did she learn to put her stuffed animals in timeout? It's because she gets put in timeout when she's fed. So it
Oh.
sounds to me like this person, I that's a red flag in my mind that this person themselves was abused. But
Yeah,
go
I think so too.
but going back to what we were talking about. So I think when people say it's normal for kids to play doctor, it's also, I mean, I agree, it's normal for kids to play doctor, but it sounds like what happened between you and this girl was more than playing doctor.
Mhm.
And if you're being vague, then what they're going
Yeah.
to assume is their experience as a kid. So do you know like what words you use to describe this when you're explaining it to other people?
Probably the same thing. I th I don't remember exactly, but the same way. I was pretty vague, yeah.
Yeah, right? So it's like I don't know what that means. I
Yeah.
mean, so
But for my oh, sorry.
I was just going to say
Yeah?
like so in our case we have an advantage because at the beginning of the conversation you said I tried to Google child on child abuse and I didn't see anything. So that sets a tone for all of the vague stuff you say afterward, right? Does that make sense? So
Mhm.
we sort of assume that something here is not kosher. But unless you say that to the other people, they're going to interpret it like in a non-threatening kind of way. Do you think?
Yeah,
Yeah, go
mhm.
ahead. Sorry. I
No, it's just I've told my parents specifically, and they thought it was my mom didn't think it was normal, but my dad was like, "Oh, that's just what kids do," you know? And I was just like, "Really?" And yeah, I think it's also because she's a really close, like, her dad is a close friend of my dad's, and he didn't want anything to happen. 'Cause I was, like, angry to the point where I actually was thinking about taking this to court, 'cause I felt like I lost something, like, in my childhood, like, my innocence, you know? Yeah.
How do you feel right now saying that?
Just a little angry, but at the same time, I feel like I shouldn't feel angry, cause I don't know, I want to blame that other person, but, like, I can't, cause she probably went through something too, and she didn't know what she was doing was wrong. Like, she didn't know that what she was doing was probably wrong.
That
Yeah.
doesn't mean you can't blame her. Right? So like this is a weird thing, okay, Oreo?
Mhm.
But like let's say that so I've worked with, patients who have had suffered from abuse by their parents. And they also hope as part of that healing process, they learn about their parents, and sometimes that involves family therapy. And they learn that, part of the reason why their parents were abusive was because they in turn were abused. And interestingly enough, usually like the abuse actually gets better with each generation. Like their parents had it way worse than they treated their kid. And so it's an interesting kind of tightrope to walk to say, I understand that you had some things in your past which like pushed you in a certain direction. And also like you could have not done that and you didn't.
But I feel like she didn't understand, like, what it meant in a way.
Sure, I don't think she did, but that doesn't mean that
Yeah.
you can't be angry at her.
Oh.
Right? So like let me just say like let's say that two kids are playing and then they like they're gonna play mermaids. And then they decide to go into a pool of water and then like or they fight or let's say they fight and
Mhm.
then they don't recognize that they're fighting because they're playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so they like grab two sticks and they start hitting each other and one of them smacks the other one across the face because that's what they do in teenage, they're like playing martial arts. And even though they didn't intend to hurt, that doesn't change the fact that the person who got smacked across the face with a stick is genuinely hurt. And if they lose a tooth, then like that hurt stays with them, even if the child didn't know what happened. And what I'm sensing from you is that like you lost something. And even if she didn't mean it, it doesn't mean that you didn't lose something. And it feels okay to be angry that you lost something that you shouldn't have. Feels unfair, unjust. You may also be angry with your parents. Are you?
Yeah. Not my mom, but more my dad, because my mom was really understanding, and she actually apologized because she said she thought there was nothing that could possibly go wrong with 2 kids, you know?
Mhm.
And, yeah, I'm just more angry at my dad, I guess,
Yeah. What are you angry at him for?
for not understanding. Yeah. And to defend someone that hurt me.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like he should take my side, like, no matter what, because 'cause I'm his daughter. But another thing is, like, I keep having, like, conflicting thoughts, because like, my dad's been through a lot. My dad's actually handicapped, and he's, he's been in the hospital for 19 years, so I could understand why he's, like, really I don't know, I feel like my problems are, like, less, in a sense. So maybe that's why he can understand? I don't know.
Can I think for a second?
Yeah.
takes a lot of courage to say this stuff. Do you feel courageous?
Not really. I just feel like I'm stating what happened. Like,
Mhm.
when I think of courageous, I think of, like, superheroes saving, like, a cat from a like,
Yep,
getting run over by a truck.
I can understand that. And when I think about some of the most courageous people in the history of humanity, some of them just said what happened, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting. it,
Yeah, that's true.
it's interesting how sometimes we can't see ourselves the way that we deserve to be seen. Maybe you should reevaluate your diagnosis of yourself and how awesome you are. So, Oreo, we have a couple of different directions to go.
Mhm.
Since you are thankfully in treatment, do you talk to your psychiatrist about this stuff, by the way?
Not my psychiatrist, but I'm thinking of telling my therapist because I tried to talk to my psychiatrist and she's like, "You should talk to this with your therapist."
Okay. So it
Yeah.
sounds like your psychiatrist mostly manages your medication.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would highly recommend that. So we have a couple of options. So what I'd like to do is actually teach you something that's a little bit more Eastern, because I'm noticing that your mind is doing a couple of things. And I'd like to teach you maybe something that's not so much talking about this particular thing,
Mhm.
but you seem conflicted to me about the way that you feel. What do you think?
Yeah, I can see that. Very
Is
conflicted.
Do you feel conflicted?
Mhm.
So, what I'd like to help you do is maybe get to some sense of peace over that conflict. And this has really nothing to do with what happened to you in a sense. It all has to do with how does a human being who feels conflicted about something come to peace with their inner conflict? Or what we can do is talk more about the actual child on child abuse and your feelings and whether they're justified and explore those. But I think a therapist can do that.
Mhm, mhm.
What do you think? I
Um,
mean, do you want to
I
talk?
actually do have one more thing I wanna mention because I had
Please.
another incident when I was, um, around 12 or 13 when I was at Korea by another family member,
Uh-huh.
and that also felt similar in a sense because they were my family member and I didn't I couldn't it's just conflicting because I couldn't tell if they were like, they had ill intent and they were doing something wrong, or if they were genuinely, like, just trying to help me, I guess. Oh, sorry, I was vague again.
See, good. You noticed.
Yeah. Basically, what happened was while I was sleeping, this was next to my mom and my brother, we all shared one bed because there was only one room. My uncle came in and he started to massage my leg. Everyone else was sleeping. He started massaging my leg, and I remembered, like, my parents telling me he does this thing where he, like, massages people because he's really good at it or something, but then it made me really uncomfortable because he did it at night and without telling me, and then he slowly, like, went up and started touching me in places where, like, made me feel really uncomfortable. Ugh. Ooh.
Yeah, that doesn't sound kosher to me. Or
Yeah, but again, my dad comes in place here because my dad was like, "Oh, no, he's just massaging you, like, that's, like, a thing he does because he's really good at it or something," and I was just like, "But, I mean, it didn't it
has he
felt
ever
really
massaged your dad's
uncomfortable."
dick?
No, I don't think so, but my
Okay,
mom
so
told me she had a similar experience with me, like, with not with me, but, like, that with what
so
happened to me.
the guy sounds like he's holding back and should be giving the same service to his male clients too. I mean, come
Yeah,
on. Like, I mean, I don't mean to be an asshole, but like, that doesn't sound like a massage to me, right? So I think that's where, once again, maybe, so I'm noticing a couple of disturbing patterns. One is, one is it could be vague, right? So it could be the vagueness, and because like maybe he's massaged your dad's upper thigh, but never like crossed the barrier from thigh to like scrotum. Like that's maybe, right? And it sounds like he really did touch you in places that were inappropriate. And I think generally speaking, I would trust your instinct about that. And it also sounds like it happened to your mom. And, so like I would trust your instinct about that. Like I forget the exact statistics, but most people who molest children are people who are like close to them in some way. It's not like strangers off the street. It's like family members and shit. And that's really sad. And then the other thing that I'm noticing is that like, I'm curious, Oreo, how did you feel when your dad said he does that to everyone?
I cried. Like,
What made
really. Yeah, it was just really upsetting because I don't think maybe it's because I was vague, but I don't think he understood, like, how uncomfortable it made me feel and how, like, the
so
boundaries he crossed.
and what made it hard for you to tell your dad?
I think not only because he's a dude, because that's also a bit uncomfortable, but I feel like he's been through so much worse, and yeah, I don't know, I just keep comparing. Like,
Yep.
I don't wanna make it a competition, but,
Yep.
like,
That's what we're
it's
going to get to.
yeah.
So we'll get to that's sort of the Eastern thing that I
I feel
wanted.
guilty because, like, everything else is in my life is, like, fine, like, I have a great family, I have a lot of friends, and I have a great job, but it's just little
what
things, I feel like.
what do you feel guilty for?
Guilty for not being happy sometimes when I have, like, so much privilege, I feel like. I don't know. A lot of a lot of people tell me because I'm Asian American, I have a lot of privilege. Even though, like, I'm, like, with the only minority that has, like, privilege because, like, my family's well off and no one's really racist against Asians or something, I don't know, I don't know. It's just I've heard a lot of things.
Yeah, so how do you feel when they say that?
I think it's so wrong.
What's wrong about it?
'Cause I don't it doesn't matter if you're, like, whatever what the color of your skin is or what race you are, I think everyone has, like, their own story to tell and their own issues, but every time that gets, like, put down, I kinda lose hope.
Yep. And I can understand why. It's almost like, I mean, it's weird because there's an interesting parallel there between your dad and what people tell you, which is that you're not allowed to feel the way that you do. You're wrong, Oreo. You're mistaken. That your feelings of suffering and hurt are incorrect. You are a bad Korean girl for feeling ungrateful, right? I think Indian people are pretty similar there. What are you complaining about? You have every.
Just I don't know, I don't think I'm complaining, it's just things that upset me in the past. I mean, is that
I
complaining?
was being facetious. I was playing a character.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
I think
I
you
was
have every right to
confused.
complain. I mean, I think so. Like, this is the challenge, right, with privilege, which maybe is a conversation for a different day. But so, as someone who's a clinician, it's hard for me to. I mean, we'll talk about. So, I think this all actually goes back to the central concept, which I want to teach you about. So, hold
Mhm.
on. Comparison. Okay. But I think it's like hard because, like, you look at things like white male privilege, and there's certainly some data to suggest support that, right? Like, so if you're like a white person versus a black person, you get pulled over by a police officer, the way that the police officer, like, your odds do get influenced by your race. So that's true. And at the same time, 68 to 69% of people who kill themselves in this country are white men. So
Oh,
it's
I've heard
like,
of that.
where's the privilege there? Right? So like people assume, and we'll get to this. So in your case, like I think you do have advantages and you do have a lot to be grateful for. That does not, somewhere along the way, like privilege became like about one axis, and that just doesn't make sense to me. It's like, sure, you have a lot of privilege, and I think you should be grateful for that. I certainly have a hell of a lot of privilege, and I'm grateful for that. And at the same time, that doesn't invalidate the fact that it sounds like you were sexually molested by two people, have bipolar disorder, and like your family didn't take it seriously. Like the fact that you're fucking Korean doesn't change that horrible truth that you have to deal with. And in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it makes up for it either. You know, like, do you have particular advantages because you're Korean? Like, absolutely, sure. Should you be grateful for those? Absolutely, sure. Should you help other people who don't have those kinds of advantages? Absolutely, sure. But it doesn't mean that you don't get to suffer too. Right? Your privilege does not give other people the license to invalidate who you are as a person, which is, I think, one of the saddest things that's happened to you. Like the really crushing thing, if I can just go there for a second, what happened to you is bad, but what really I think is the loss of innocence is not what happened to you. It's the way that your dad responded. Right? Because like what a dad is supposed to do in that situation is protect his little girl. And that didn't happen. And that's what hurts. Like that's what hurts me. It's like I know shit happens, but like when someone who's supposed to take care of you doesn't take care of you and in fact protects your abuser, that's what feels bad to me. And I would hate myself for the rest of my life if I ever did that to one of my daughters. I think it's the shittiest thing you can possibly do. Anyway, I'm going to need a moment because now I'm emotional.
Okay. Oh. Man, I didn't think I'd get emotional because it's usually hard to crack me.
I mean, it's easy to crack me. Thoughts? Questions?
No, everything you said made sense. It's just all coming together. Like, I'm really glad I brought this topic up. I was like debating because I I guess I was kind of afraid I'd hear the same thing other people told me or like what my dad told me, but I'm relieved.
What are you
And
what's relieving to hear?
that what I went through wasn't good, but like yeah, it wasn't good at all. And I don't know, that just to hear someone that can understand like the pain that I went through is just really relieving, refreshing.
Yeah, I'm happy you feel that way, and it's
Yeah.
interesting that you feel like I understand your pain because I really don't.
I don't know. It just
No, no, I'm
I
not.
feel
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
Hmm?
because but I think that's actually the amazing thing, right? Is that like human beings can connect and support each other without without truly understanding. And I think it's really really sad what happened to you, and I don't think it's fair, and I do think you lost something. I do, however, think that you're going to be okay, and I
I
do
think I'm
think
gonna be okay too.
yeah. I do think that just because you lost something, I gave this 5-minute rant before we started talking about how instead of avoiding taking damage, what you need to learn how to do is heal, because then you can take damage. And this is a great example, right? So I think Oreo, everything that I see tells me that you're an intelligent, capable, caring, and talented young woman who has a lot to give to the world, and most of it is positive. And I think I'm in your corner. Um, yeah, that's another one of those things that I don't know how you're supposed to respond to.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so let's talk about. You have other thoughts, questions? Can I teach you something?
Yeah, teach me something.
Okay, so I want to teach you something called Advait. So this is a Sanskrit word that means non-dual. So if we look at human beings and why they have conflict, right? So like let's take the conflict that you have over your dad where you want to blame him for something because let's be fair, he fucked up. And then what you also want to do is like kind of acknowledge that it's not entirely his fault, right? So there's a part of you that's like, damn it, dad, you did something really bad to me. And there's another part of you that's like, he's been in a hospital for 19 years. He suffers a lot too. It's sort of like not fair to blame him. So there's like the blame him, and there's like the let's feel sorry for him, and it's not his fault, right? And we can see that with that other girl that you were talking about as well, where it's like there's a part of you that's like, I want to blame her because she hurt me. And also, like, she was only a young girl too. She didn't know what she was doing. And that's the conflict. So sometimes in life, we have a part of us that, has black and a part of us that has white. So you can see this kind of concept in the yin yang. And so what Advait means is that the way to get to peace is to be non dual. So to not separate two things and choose one over the other. Because generally speaking, as human beings, what we try to do is we think about the resolution of conflict as one winning. Right? And like you think through it and you're like, okay, I'm not going to blame him at the end of the day. And then my mind will be at peace if I stop blaming my dad. Or it'll also be at peace if you do blame him. And then it's like conflict complete. You with me? There's like a battle and one needs to win. So the concept of Advait is actually that like neither one needs to win. And what you need to learn is how to sit with both conflicting truths at the same time. So, and it's kind of weird, but like for you to say that my dad suffers a lot and maybe he deserves some amount of forgiveness or leeway. And instead of using but, you use and. So we say like, oh, like what he did was really bad, but he suffers a lot too. And so what the word but does is it invalidates the first part of the statement. Like, I think you're a really wonderful person, but, and then it's like, it doesn't matter what you said first, right? And so what I'd like to try to teach you how to start to do today is to replace the word but in your mind with and. That he's suffered a lot, and at the same time, he really should have done something differently. And this is kind of what I was saying about, the kids who were fighting, that like, what that girl did to you hurt you a lot. And at the same time, if you can sit with that wasn't fair to you, and at the same reason, she didn't know what she was doing, which doesn't really absolve, like it's sort of like we're not going to blame her, but we still allow ourselves to feel hurt at the same time. Because maybe on some level she did know what she was doing. Right? Like it sounded like she was sociopathic and she understood that you were lonely. And she used that loneliness against you in a malevolent way. And I don't know where we got off thinking that children aren't malevolent, because children are some of the biggest assholes on the planet. Like, seriously. I'm not kidding. It's not a joke. It's like they're some of the most spiteful and hurtful people out there. I know it sounds funny. I laugh too.
Yeah.
But I mean, children can be very cruel. Like, I remember when I was growing up, some of the people in my school, like, we had a handicapped teacher who was in a wheelchair, and like a group of 10-year-old kids, like they were fucking relentless. And it's like one of the saddest things to see, like how cruel children can be. And sometimes kids are good and sometimes kids are bad. And do we give them excuses? Sure. But so I think the goal here is to like think about Advait, which is like, how can you sit with both of these truths at the same time? That something did happen to you that was bad, and that people hurt you, and that people who should have protected you didn't protect you. And that pain is there, like it's done. And at the same time, how can you also forgive? And how can you continue to love your dad? It sounds to me like you love your dad. Right? And so how can you sit with the feeling of like, he wasn't there for me, and love him at the same time? because those two things appear to conflict. And what I'm sensing you is that your love is trying to overcome your anger with him. And there's a war. Am I pissed at dad or do I love dad? Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And who do you think is winning the war right now? Love or anger?
For me, love, because my dad's been there for me through, like, really tough times too. Like, he makes mistakes as well, so
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's what I sense in you. And at the same time, for you to really be at peace. So we can understand that if love wins, like that's good, right? Love triumphing over anger is good, but I actually don't think it's the best. I think what's the best is to have love in your heart and to have anger and to acknowledge that, like, I do deserve to feel this way and I can love my dad and he can fuck up. Just because I love him doesn't mean that he can't fuck up. And when you say it like that, it's like, duh. But that's not how we feel, right? Because then when you feel angry at your dad, how do you feel about feeling angry? What do you tell
Well,
yourself?
you scream?
Oh, okay. So what do you tell yourself when you feel angry with him?
Um,
It's kind of a read my mind question, but I'm digging for a particular answer, which I'm going to see if I can phrase the questions properly. But like when
can
you,
you repeat?
yeah, so like when you feel angry at your dad,
Mhm.
later on, how do you feel about being angry with him?
I don't know why I feel like this is a trick
Yeah,
question.
yeah, it's weird. I'm asking it in a bad way, so that's my fault. So I would guess that you feel guilty for feeling angry with him,
Yeah,
right? It's like weird, like you and like what is that guilt? Like what kind of thoughts do you have when you get
like, I should have known better, like, he's been through a lot, and yeah.
right? And so what are you doing there? Like I know it's kind of that's kind of a weird question too, but what are you doing to the angry part of you?
I'm invalidating it?
Absolutely. Right? So you're telling and you're in a bizarre way, that's exactly what your dad did. Right? He was like, "Oh, it's not that big of a deal. You shouldn't feel that way." That's the wrong way to feel, Oreo. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And so I think what you've got to do is like learn how to sit with all of those things all at the same time. And the way to not feel guilty is to actually like be able to be angry with him. And is there any part of you, tiny part of you that hates your dad?
Yeah.
Right? So that deserves to be there too. What do you hate him for?
For just brushing off my problems.
Yeah. And do you think that's a reasonable way to feel?
Mhm.
Do you love your dad?
Mhm.
How do you love and hate him at the same time?
Rather than hate, I guess it's okay to be angry and love my dad.
Can you feel those at the same time?
Mhm.
And so do
I
you
can
feel
try.
like yeah, so I think the interesting thing is that the more you do that, I suspect the less guilty you'll start to feel. And if we really think about the guilt is I think what causes the most conflict. Does that make sense? Like I
Mhm.
think it's the guilt that's you fighting against yourself. Because you have the anger and the guilt's like, no, Oreo, wrong. Don't feel that way. And that's the conflict. So if we want you to be at peace, we have to let you feel the love with one hand and let you feel the anger with the other. What do you do you know how to do that? Can you imagine how to do that?
I guess when I'm angry, just be angry, but when I feel better.
Yeah. That's it's interesting, Oreo. Your some of your answers are vague and the ones that aren't are simply beautiful because they capture the essence of it. It's like a Zen master kind of thing. Where, because the Zen masters are like, when you are angry, be angry. And when you are done, be done. It's like Zen master speak, right? It's really like simple kind of shit that's like super profound. Um,
Quotes.
Yeah, quotes. And I think so, right? So let yourself feel what you feel and acknowledge that you don't have to have one win over the other, that you can have both.
Mhm,
That can you can say like, "Oh, I'm a good person and I'm a bad person." And even when it comes to something like bipolar disorder, like it sucks to have bipolar disorder and it's part of what makes me who I am. And some of that energy is going to help me create or has helped me create. And even if you're not actively manic or actively depressed, you're still going to be creating. That bipolar is still down there underneath the surface and it's fueling you a little bit. And I think it's just about finding that balance.
mhm.
All right, I feel like I've been talking at you for a while. What do you think?
I learned a lot.
Good. I'm glad. Do you have that was kind of my spiel. How do you feel about, today's conversation?
It was really nice. Like, I actually had a nightmare about how this conversation would go. I had a dream where you were, like, at my house and we were having, like we were talking, and then you made me throw away everything that I liked. You were just like, "You like this? Throw it away, it's a problem," and you, like, you did it across the window, and then the window would break, and then everything else would break, and I'm just like, "No, my Nintendo DS!"
That's scary, man.
So for some reason, I had this fear that you would like. I think I was nervous because I thought you would jump out of the screen and like grab my Nintendo DS and yeet it out the window.
Yeah, that sounds really scary. It's interesting because, you know, being a streamer, I understand that sometimes streamers find their ways into people's dreams, but this is not what I expect. The representation of Dr. K in dreams is someone who throws away things. What I expect is that, when Dr. K finds his way into a young woman's dreams, that means something else. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that it sounds like I that's not what we're doing here today.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, it's sound you know good. I'm glad that I didn't make you throw out your Nintendo DS.
Yes, I'm very glad too.
What do you play on DS, by the way?
Pokemon
Oh,
and
interesting.
Chrono Trigger.
Really? Wow.
Mhm.
Chrono Trigger is amazing.
Oh, I played it for the first time, so like I'm like halfway finished. So it's really good. I love it so much.
Yeah, it's like one of these boomer games that I'm happy that the younger generation is playing Chrono Trigger because it's one of the greatest games that's ever been made. It's very, very revolutionary in a lot of ways. I won't say how because you're halfway through.
Yeah,
But
don't spoil.
yeah, no spoiler. Do you have a Switch?
Yes, I have a Switch Lite.
Hmm. What's the difference between the Switch Lite and the Switch?
The Switch, you could actually, like,
Take the
connect it to the TV and take the controllers out, but the Switch Lite is like a console, like it's like
Oh, it's like a
a
handheld.
DS, but without yeah, it's a handheld.
Okay, so you can't take the things out.
Yeah, and you can't plug it to the TV either.
Oh, interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, so we anything else? I mean, it feels to me like we're kind of done.
Yeah, I think we talked about everything I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, are
Yeah.
you okay with the amount that we got into it? Like, do you feel like
Mhm.
you wanted? Okay, felt okay to me too. Um, yeah, did you have any other questions? You mentioned cyclothymia earlier. Do you understand like bipolar 1, bipolar 2, and cyclothymia?
Oh, yeah, I don't think you got through that
Yeah.
yet.
So we'll do that very quickly. So bipolar disorder has two variants, and one is like depression with something called hypomania, and the other one is depression with full mania. So
Mm.
hypomania is like this kind of like middle level of elevated energy. So people sleep a little bit less, they tend to be super productive. This is the thing that all the kids at Harvard College don't want to get rid of because it actually is like helps them perform. So they can study for 12 hours a day, sleep 4 hours a night. They feel generally pretty good. The problem is that most periods of mania and hypomania have this kind of like crash afterward, which feels like depression. True mania is when generally speaking, I think about like periods of time without going really with very little to no sleep, very high energy level, very high positive mood, and a mind that is super, super active and like is not operating with the same set of rules that normal minds operate with. So, people will think that they'll like really believe that they've come up with the cure for cancer or solved the problem for like, endless energy and figured out how to harness 100% of the energy from the sun and like these other kinds of like ideas that seem quite extreme. And mania especially can be quite dangerous because sometimes people can actually become like psychotic. And by psychotic, they can start to have very distorted perceptions of reality. Like sometimes they'll start to think that they're like the incarnation of Jesus or things like that. Um, and so that's bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. Both of them have depression. And then one has like mania, and then one has mania light. And
So which one has
bipolar 1 is true mania.
oh,
Bipolar 2 is mania light.
ah,
There is some confusion in terms of diagnosis. So the interesting thing about bipolar disorder is that most people have their first manic episode like before the age of 23. So the reason I ask you your age is because, when I have a 17-year-old who I diagnose with depression, in the back of my mind, there's a clock that's ticking. And it's that if they're going to become manic, it'll happen in the next couple of years. And so I tend to look out for it. But I'm not going to put people on bipolar medication until I know they're bipolar. Um, just a couple. And so cyclothymia is sort of a low level of both. If memory serves. I'm a bit rusty on that because I don't work with a
mhm,
whole lot of people with cyclothymia. Um, and the last thing is, when it comes to medication with bipolar disorder, uh, I think that it can be very helpful, but I also don't think it's like a lifelong sentence. So this I disagree with many of my colleagues. So I've had patients who have bipolar disorder who I've taken off of all medication and they're doing fine. I would not recommend that for you. Right? So I would trust your psychiatrist. But I think those people, your brain is still developing. And like you said, teenagers have messed up sleep schedules. So in your case, sleep is actually like a risk factor for your mental illness. So if you don't sleep well, you can literally become manic or depressed. So in the cases of people who don't need medication, usually it's full adults whose brains have developed. And then also like being very, very careful about. So for example, I worked with one person who was a physician and they would travel internationally to present their research. And every time they traveled internationally, and if they dealt with jet lag, we would put them on medication before they traveled. They would go to the conference, have the medication on board, speak at the
mhm,
conference, be jet lagged, come back, and then taper off of the medication. Right. So the real risk factor is like messed up sleep. So I do
mhm,
think that you can sort of manage it at some point, but like trust your doctor. And I think in your case specifically, especially for students, I'm very hesitant if they need medication, I keep them on it. Because you're at a stage of your life where you can't afford to like go manic and fuck up your life.
mm,
People can really fuck up their lives like in bad ways. But I do think that it's possible to do pretty well with low levels of medication or even no medication in some cases. It just depends on the person.
mm,
But it sounds to me like you have a very good psychiatrist, and it sounds like you trust them, and I would really trust them. Because the hard thing is that you don't remember what you're like when you're manic.
yeah.
Whereas the people who see you are like, you really can't be doing that. It seems less bad to you than when you sit with a truly manic person. It's like they can't do anything. And what I see in you, Oreo, is someone who has a budding or successful music career. And what you need more than anything else is stability of growth. Because if you go AWOL and disappear for like 6 months, like I don't know what's going to happen to your career. But generally speaking, stable production is the most important thing for you right now.
Mhm,
So I'd stick with the meds if that's what your psychiatrist tells you to do.
okay.
How do you feel about meditation?
Uh, I think it's pretty cool. I'd be down to try it.
What are we going to teach you is the question.
I've done, like, breathing meditation
Do you
before.
want to do something else?
Sure.
What do you want to change about your life? In what way do you want to grow?
Um, I want to ex expand from music and like make more things. I guess create more like different things. Like I eventually want to make a game, so I want to learn things that I'm not comfortable with, like programming.
Okay. Do you still feel like you have a lot of energy in you?
Nah, I feel pretty normal.
Okay. So I'm going to teach you
Like,
something I haven't taught on in a while, but I think it's going to be a good practice for you. It's
okay.
actually a cleansing practice, and I think it's going to help you manage hyperactivity and calmness. It's also a practice that works really well for anxiety. So I'm going to teach you a practice called bellows breathing. It's another breathing practice.
Mm.
Let me just double check with myself. Yeah, so I'm going to tack on something at the end. Okay.
Hmm.
So we're gonna sort of sit with this idea of Advait towards the end of our practice. Okay. But what I want to help you do is teach you a technique. Oh, 1 second. Hello? No, dude. You can't teach her Kundalini. That's bad for people. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Nope. Someone tried to give me a suggestion as to what to teach you, but I think that that is dangerous for people who have bipolar disorder.
Okay.
At least yet, not yet. You need to be purified before you do this. Um, okay. So, so I think this will be good. So what I want you to do is sit up straight. And do you know how to abdominally breathe? Do you know how to do belly breathing?
Hmm. It's like for singing, just breathing through your diaphragm.
Yep, very good. So like when you breathe in, your stomach goes out, and when you breathe out, your stomach goes in. Does that make sense? So let's just try
Mhm.
that. So I want you to just do 3 belly breaths. So breathe your time. So breathe in and then out through your nose. Good. So for people who are watching, when you breathe in, your stomach should expand. So make your belly big. And when you breathe out, pull your navel towards your spine. So suck in your navel and pull it all the way towards your spine and breathe out. Very good. So now what I'm going to teach you, Oreo, is forceful exhalations with passive inhalations. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like 9 breaths where what I'm going to focus on is like a sharp exhalation, and as quickly as I can, another sharp exhalation. There's going to be a very small inhalation in between, but I'll demonstrate, okay?
Okay.
Could you tell what I was doing?
Inhaling, like really quickly.
Exhaling really quickly.
Oh, exhaling.
Yeah, so it's like you're like pushing all the air out. Yeah, so push all the air out fast. Good. Now try to do 9 breaths in a row, as large and as forceful as you can do.
So breathe in,
So take
like,
one big deep breath and then go boom, boom, boom,
okay.
boom, boom, boom. Okay, go ahead. Let's see you. Okay, good. So sit up straight, and now we're going to do 15. Okay, so we're going to close
Okay.
our eyes, and we're going to do 15 hard exhalations. And you'll kind of feel that recoil of the inhalation afterward and try to push it out again. Okay,
Okay.
so deep breath in and 15 breaths. Okay, good. So now we're going to do the next phase. We're going to do 15 more breaths. And after you finish the 15, I want you to just notice like how chill you feel. So you're going to take one really long, super slow breath and just sit in that space. So there's going to be the frenzied breathing followed by like the post calm. Okay.
So after I exhale, then I breathe in again and then just
So
hold it in.
15 sharp, no, 15 sharp exhalations, and then
Mhm.
just stop and do whatever your breath naturally wants to do.
Oh,
And
okay.
just chill in the space of mind that you create through those 15 exhalations. And so we're going to be
Okay.
in kind of silent meditation afterward for like a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so eyes closed, sit up straight, and begin. 15 breaths, go. Now I want you to feel your heartbeat. Eyes closed. Or listen to it. With headphones, you may be able to hear it. Can you feel it or hear it?
I feel it.
Okay. So I want you to notice that the feeling has two thumps. You feel both of the thumps? Okay. So now we're going to do the third phase of the practice. So you can open your eyes. So what I'm going to do is have you do 30 breaths, 30 exhalations, followed by a period of silent meditation. And I want you to pay attention to the feel of your heartbeat. And
Okay.
what I'm going to do after maybe about 30 seconds of silent meditation is I want you to keep your eyes closed. And then I'm going to guide you in some ways and just listen to what I say. Maybe it'll make sense. Maybe it won't. No big deal. Okay. And the total practice will last about 2 or 3 minutes of silent meditation after you do the 30 breaths. So the whole
Okay.
thing will take maybe about 5 minutes. You good? Any
Mhm.
questions? Okay.
Mm-mm.
Sit up straight. Take a deep breath in and begin. 30 breaths. And now I want you to think a little bit about your father and find within yourself all of the love, all of the affection, all of the caring, all of the compassion. And then at the same time, find the anger, the hatred, the sense of loss of innocence. And just like the beating of your heart, I want you to feel both of those things together. There's the bump, 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 bump. bump, bump. And that you can have both of those within you, and that's actually how it's supposed to be. That you can love him and be disappointed. That he can be a wonderful father and could have done better. That you're lucky to have him in your life and you're unlucky to. That you can be grateful for many things in life and you can be resentful. As you swim between these two poles of feeling, return to the feeling of your heartbeat. And notice that within your body, there is never just one thing. There's always a balance. The two thumps of your heartbeat, the inhalation and the exhalation. The contractions squeeze your fists together and then relax them. That eyes can open and close. And that our most basic sense of self involves two things. And so it's perfectly okay for you to feel both of those things with your dad. And that there's no need to feel guilty for feeling angry. That you deserve to feel both of those ways, and that's okay. One doesn't need to win. And the more that you focus on your heartbeat, the deeper this principle will sink into your mind. All you have to do is focus on the heartbeat, and you'll learn this on your own. And now for 9 beats, I want you to feel your heart. When you're done, open your eyes. How do you feel?
Relaxed.
That's what we want to do. So I think relaxed is an interesting word. But I think that, yeah, practice it if you are interested. I think the rapid breathing, if you're feeling anxious or overly energetic, it can also calm down your mind. So that breathing technique, since it involves a lot of activity, is going to let you get energy out.
Mhm.
And then you're left with a calm mind naturally. Right? It's like if you're fidgety and you run like if you do a bunch of sprints, you're not going to be fidgety anymore. So you need a technique that's going to let you get the excess energy of your mind out and leave you in a calm space. And then find something sensory within you to kind of like zero in on this principle of like yin and yang. In breath and out breath, heartbeat, bump, 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 bump. And since you're a musician, I decided to go with the heart because it's got a rhythm to it. It's got a,
Mhm.
you know. Okay. Any last thoughts or questions?
No,
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming on, Oreo.
thank you for having me. That was so much. I learned a lot.
Good. I'm glad. I'm really happy that you're on the road that you're on. I think you're going to make really cool things. And I'm really glad that you're actually in treatment, and I would encourage you to stick with that.
Okay.
So good luck to you,
You too.
and take care. So can we have? I guess I can send a link to your website? You have a
Oh,
YouTube
I
channel?
don't yeah, I have a YouTube channel.
And what's the YouTube channel?
OR30, no zeros. It's like O, the letter O.
YouTube.com.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. We've got it. Okay. Awesome. So guys, check out Oreo's music and good luck to you, Oreo. We're rooting for you.
Thank you.
Take care.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. That was fun. Interesting, huh? Um, yeah. So what do y'all want to okay. So since we have a little bit of time, I think we're going to do a quick react video. So let's do that. Let me just make sure I have this. Okay. Let's see. This is the one. There we go. You guys can see that, right? Maybe this. There we go. This is what we're looking for. Okay, so let's see what this is.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I found, I don't know if you agree with this, there were a ton of kids along the way growing up as I was building my business that would say, oh, I'm not into this, I'm not into that, kind of like you described yourself.
Yeah.
And they don't do anything because they're
Right.
looking for that thing. And I would argue, do something. Do fucking something until you find that thing.
Yeah, I've never been that kid though. I've always been into things. I always was into art or I was into something. I always found things that I was interested in. Just none of them seemed like they were normal things that other people wanted to do for a living, like the path, like a career path. But I think that there's a lot of people that don't have any. There's no one. They're not modeling their life after someone that they see that they admire, someone that's successful, someone that is doing something that they enjoy and love. Sometimes kids have to see that.
Right.
And if their parents are living a bullshit life and their neighbors live in a bullshit life and most of their family lives a bullshit life,
I don't understand why I'm
they just
supposed to
fucking
react
lay
to this.
around, you know, and then they seek refuge in drugs or video games or
Ah,
something
there
that
it is.
stimulates them. And video games are a real problem. They're a real problem. You know why? Because they're fucking fun.
Addictive.
And you don't. Yeah. Well, I have a real problem with them. And you do them, and they're real exciting, but you don't get anywhere.
Right.
It's like you could do like martial arts, right? You could learn jujitsu. You get obsessed by jujitsu, and then 3 years later, you're like an elite jujitsu athlete. You're entering in competitions. You're a purple belt.
You're moving up.
Yeah, you're doing well. You're thinking like, I might be able to open my own school one
You
day.
got confidence.
Yeah, if I have 100 students and those 100 students are paying me X amount of dollars per month, I can make a living. Holy shit, I can have this would be amazing. And then you see your jujitsu school and your jujitsu instructor has all these students and drives a Mercedes and he's got a nice family and like, that's the future. This way you're doing something exciting and fun and you don't. Or you could just be playing fucking video games. 3 years later, you could be that same kid just playing video games, waiting for the next whatever the fuck game is, next Xbox game to come out, and you're gonna waste your time.
You have children. I
Yeah.
have children.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a point, but
it's a big battle in the house.
Yes.
And my kids, I don't know if you're.
so I'm going to pause for a second. So, like, I think he has a point, but the thing here is that you can't. The whole issue is that you can't just stop playing video games and start doing jujitsu, right? Like, that's the difference between the two paths. But the question is how. Like, how? Right?
You're going through this, but my kids are now saying, "Well, Dad, this guy made all this money with this video game. That he's
That's
a man."
real too. That's
right?
real too now.
So, like, that's 1 in a billion, kid.
I don't know if it's 1 in a billion, but look, I heard the same argument about comedy. My own parents were like, "Do you know how few people make it as a comedian?" I was like, "Okay, does anybody make it? Somebody makes it, right? They figure out how to do it. They make a living. I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Just stop." Like,
So I gotta let's talk about this for a second. So we're actually writing a paper. You guys curious about this? going to show you something cool. Fuck. To find it. Share it with me. Damn it, I can't find it. So we're actually writing a paper at Healthy Gamer about the statistics of going pro. And our paper analyzes esports earnings. And I was trying to find a couple of graphs. So what we did is we looked at 8 esports, looked at the total player base, the total number of pros, and tried to figure out what is the percentage that you go pro. And then out of the professional players, what percentage of professional players earn prize pool? So this is like some of the stuff that we're learning. So I just know some of the statistics off the top of my head. I literally can't find the paper in my various Google Drives right now. But so there are like 10 million people who play Dota 2. Maybe there are 30 million accounts or something like that, but 10 million active players. There are 3,357 professional Dota players. So what is that? 3 out of 10,000 is the chances of going pro. Out of the 3,357 professional Dota players, can you guess what percentage of players earn what percentage of the prize pool? What percentage of players earn what percentage of the prize pool? So it turns out that 2% of players earn 98% of the prize pool in professional Dota. And so this is interesting, right? Because like these guys are talking about, so kids want to go pro, and then they say it's 1 in a billion, which is like, you guys actually have no idea. Like no one knows. That's the whole fucking problem, is that there's a crop of people like our community, right? Some of who want to be successful streamers and some of who want to be like successful pro gamers. And so like one of the biggest deficiencies that we see in Healthy Gamer, because it's about Healthy Gamer, it's not you shouldn't do that. It's that, hey, you guys should make informed decisions. That's what we're about. We're about understanding. We're saying if you want to go pro, what are the statistics? Arm yourself with information and then decide. Yep. And so one person says, prize pool isn't much of the money that professional players make, to be honest. Absolutely correct. So that is a huge shortcoming of our research, right? And the problem there is that like that information is not publicly available. So our information does not look at salaries, does not look at sponsorships, because that's really hard to find. Those are all internal data. You can look at prize pools. But my guess is that generally speaking, salaries and sponsorships are going to correlate with prize pools. So I doubt that, like, you know, if you rank all of the pros in Dota from 1 to 3,357, my guess is that numbers 1,000 to 3,357, the vast majority of them, don't have a significant salary or significant sponsorships. The actual numbers, the amount that the people at the top make is going to be higher than the prize pool. Absolutely. Maybe by a significant amount. Absolutely. But still, the chances are that, like, you know, what is the likelihood that you end up in that top 2%? The other thing that we're looking at is what percentile, do you need to be to make $100,000 a year? So it's fine that, like, if you look at Dota, for example, like winning one tournament, you know, gives you like millions of dollars, and that's a huge chunk of the prize pool. But like how successful do you need to be, and what percentile do you need to be to make essentially a living wage from esports? These are the kinds of random ass research projects that we have going on at Healthy Gamer, which I think allows us to make informed decisions about what these people are talking about. Yeah, so streaming too. So like we think that economic research is just as important so we do a lot of research. Anyway, let's finish watching video.
What I'm doing. I was real lucky that my parents were not around very much, so I didn't get much advice. So I figured it out myself. So there was no one telling me I couldn't do it.
Got it.
So
Green fields.
I was like, I'm gonna find my way through this, and since no one's telling me it's impossible, no one's telling me I can't. Occasionally, I would hear someone say, "What are the odds?" I'm like, "Listen, to this fucking loser." That's my thought. Was always like, that guy's a loser. Like, if you think like that, you're a loser. But there are kids that make a lot of fucking money playing video games. But the thing is, like, you have to be adaptable. You have to be able to play multiple video games, because the one video game that you get really good at, what are the odds that's going to be around 5 years from now?
Right.
You know, like, what's the big one now? Like Fortnite? Is that? Do they make money off of that? Yeah. Yeah. And then there's Call of Duty.
Call of Duty,
They make money off that. What's the big money? StarCraft used to be the big one, right?
That, League of Legends, Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike
their shit.
It's still the Half-Life
It's legit.
mod.
Yeah, variations of it have come
Dude,
out.
if he knows
It's
that
still
Counter Strike's a
basically the
Half-Life
same
mod,
exact
like
game.
map.
They don't make money off Quake, though, right? Not really.
Nah,
Quake.
not really.
True boomer.
One or two guys do, I think.
Yeah, see, it's you got to pick the right game. You know, you could be
And what are you
obsessed
gonna
with
do?
the
What
wrong
are you gonna do? You're
game.
gonna spend 5-10 hours a day in that
You
house?
have to.
Right.
You would have to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that was bad. Like, those guys, I mean, it said good stuff, right? Like, I mean, they've got a good point. So I think the issue is, like, what's the solution? So I was expecting them to say things that I would take issue with and be like, like, those guys don't fucking understand. But dude, the fact that, like, Joe Rogan knows that Counter-Strike is a mod for Half-Life, and even knows, like, do you guys even know what Quake is? You all even heard of Quake? Like, I haven't heard anyone talk about Quake in, like, a year. Like, no one talks, like, look, can you even find Quake on Twitch? So, yeah, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I think they've got a good point. So, like, here's the question, right? So Joe Rogan's saying a couple of things. One is he's saying, like, people weren't there to advise him otherwise. So that's kind of interesting, because then can we then assume that what he's saying is that, like, people should not advise people who want to go pro? So he's saying, like, his parents weren't around, so he was able to make a bad decision, which turned out to be good. So I'm confused about whether he thinks that principle is more broadly applicable. So the kids who want to go pro, is their road to success the same as his road to success, which is to ignore what everyone says and play video games? Because he seems to be saying the opposite, right? It's kind of weird. And so I'm not sure. And, like, he's saying, like, sure, you know, you can do jujitsu for 3 years or play video games for 3 years, and then, like, one is more valuable than the other. I don't think anyone's disputing that. I think the question is, like, how? Right? So if I wake up every day and, I mean, that's really the question that I'm, like, that's the next question that needs to be asked, right? How do you do one instead of the other? You know, that's what we struggle with as a community. It's like, we know what we need to do. Like, if I could give you guys a switch, and I'd say, like, flip this switch, and instead of playing video games for the next 3 years, you're going to practice jujitsu for the next 3 years. Like, you guys would flip the switch, most of you, I imagine. Right? But then, like, how do you actually do it? Like, it's not, I mean, the whole problem with our community is that we know what we need to do and we don't know how to do it. That's what we're here to address. I mean, some people are saying no. That's cool. I mean, I can respect that. I mean, people are saying no and people saying no. Yes. Most people are saying no, it looks like. So, I mean, you know, I think it's cool. Like, I think it's good that they're talking about this. I'm actually surprised that a couple of boomers, like the other boomer, you know, Graybeard, is Graybeard is the boomer term for boomer. So the other Graybeard still, I mean, they know their games. I'm surprised. Like, most people who, like, are generally speaking in that generation don't know the difference between, like, Call of Duty and, like, the dude knows StarCraft and he knows Quake and shit like that. Like, mad respect. You know? Was addicted to games? What happened? Okay. Fascinating. Oh, what would you do? Here we go. There's a poll. What does Sag mean? Dude, Icewind Dale is the bomb. BG2 is better, though. No? Baldur's Gate? What is Sag? Dude, BG3 is going to be legit. There's a good developer behind it, right? It's not Obsidian. Who's developing BG3? Larian, right? Dude, Larian, man. Get on that hype train, my dudes. I still don't understand when someone says sad is Sadine, I don't know what that means. I still don't understand what Sag means, and if you guys are trying to explain it to me, I'm what the fuck is BG3? Will someone please educate this kid? What the fuck is BG3? So one day we're going to have a stream where Dr. K rants at you about the history of video games. And it's going to be the equivalent of like in my day, we had to walk 6 miles in the snow to get to school. It's pronounced Sad G. That still doesn't tell me what it means. What does it mean? Sad G. Sad G or Sad G? It means sad? Okay, so play video games is the winner. I guess that's what I should have expected. Who here wants to be a jujitsu master? No one. Okay. But then what I'm confused about is if it means sad, why don't you just don't tell him? See, I don't even know. So I understand that there's a Pepe laugh, but like, here's what confuses me. It's like, why not just say sad? Or like, what does Pepe laugh mean laugh, or does it mean a different kind of laugh? Like, because I think it just means laugh, right? Like, Pepe laugh is just, it's like lulz. But like, what kind of laugh, right? What's that even mean? Like, I don't even understand you fuckers anymore. Such a fucking boomer. It's like, why can't you just look? I understand that you don't have to say lol, right? Because like terms change, but it means the same thing, right? It's like back in the day, like we used to call people like the clinical diagnosis is like mental retardation, and then people started colloquially using retard, and then like retard became offensive, and so we like changed the clinical term to like intellectual disability. Like I get that like terms change, but what I don't understand is like is it the same thing or I don't know. It's not the same. Okay, it's lol or lol. I don't even know what these things mean now. No, what I'm commenting on is the change in actual diagnostic terminology between different versions of the DSM. And so what I'm saying is that like there used to be a clinical term that then became offensive, and so we changed the clinical term. So react to TikToks. Yeah. Okay. So listen, guys, we're gonna have SFAND on Friday. We may react to more videos. Sure, I'm happy to. Joe Rogan seems like a legit dude. And yeah. I mean, he knows his games, dude. The guy knows Quake. Like, you gotta respect him for that. And then we'll see you guys on Friday. And yeah, take care of yourselves. Have a good couple of days. And don't die the COVID. take that shit seriously. Like, wear your masks and stuff if you guys are going out. What the fuck? Okay, so I recognize the N. Is that Ru? What does that mean? Can't read Japanese anymore. How do I copy paste? Oh, sweet. We're going to do copy pasta. See, now I can Google Translate. Hello. Konnichiwa. Is that what that means? I see the N. That's the only letter I recognize. Okay, whatever. So we're going to send some love to Kit Boga. So what is the hiragana for ko? Let's see. Okay, so that is ko. Hiragana. Let's see, what's the... Fuck. Looks like it's konnichiwa. But my written Japanese, my hiragana is quite rusty at this point. So, Ohayo gozaimasu, Boomer-san. Boomer-sama to you, bitch. Come on. It's Boomer. It's Boomer-sama. Ohio, Teach-chan. All right, let's send some love to Kit Boga. Hopefully he's trolling people. So go help him troll some noobs. Hopefully he's trolling some boomers. Yeah, you guys are a chan or a kun at most. But certainly not a san and certainly not a sama. You want me to teach Japanese? Nihongo benkyou shimasu ka? Benkyou shimashou. Hai. Dozo. That's about all the Japanese I can say. I can say a little bit more. Watashi wa kanoja desu. Anata wa namae. What is it? I even forget to ask what's your name. But real rusty, folks. It's been a while. Do a stream in Japanese? I don't think so. Now, 我可以说一点中文. It's a little bit different. 可是我忘了很多日本话还是中国话. Not quite sure if that makes sense. Usually people can understand what I'm trying to say, even though it may not be actually correct. But do Japanese with an Indian accent. મારાથી ગુજરાતી સરખું બોલાય. એમાં કઈ વાંધો ના આવે. પણ એ મારા મા બાપની ભાષા છે. Right? So we can do different kinds of language streams. I was trying to flex my language skills a couple months ago and I said the wrong thing. I think I misspoke in Spanish. I think I said I meant to say hablo un poquito español, but I said me llamo español instead. Kasha wo kaishwa idian. What I don't know how to say Spain, the Spanish in Mandarin. Pero olvido mucho español. I grew up in Texas, so it's rusty, but now I'm back in Texas, so hopefully we'll learn some more Spanish. Nah, probably if I learn something else, I'll brush up on Mandarin and Spanish is probably the most important thing, and then Arabic is next. But anyway, Texas hype. Yeah, I also speak Texan, right? So there's English, there's American, and there's Texan. All three distinct languages. Let me tell you what, right? Like, that's a completely different language. It's like when y'all say lulls and like all these Pepe laughs and all that kind of stuff. Like Pepe laugh this and sad G that. And it's like, y'all should just speak Texan. Like, don't even worry about nothing else. Let me tell you what. New DLC. What is a DLC? Texan DLC? Absolutely, we can do Texan. Y'all want to do Texan DLC? Tell you how we do things down in Texas. Love Texas. American first. Texan even before American. Human third. Doctor fourth. People ask me sometimes, what do you think about dual citizenship? And I say, I have me American passport and Texas driver's license. Dual citizenship right there. Y'all take care. And speaking of accents, we gonna raid a little bit of Kit Boga. What do you think? Let's send him a raid and talk to him in an accent in Twitch chat. Do a Texan accent in Twitch chat. That is the task that I have given to you. So good luck with that. Freedom in America. All the way till the end of time. Take care, guys. We'll see you all on Friday. One new raid. There we go. Send Kit Boga some love. And talk to him in a Texan accent in Twitch chat.
Oh my gosh, this might be
Announcement.
Charlie.
I just jacked off. Why not? No, FAP is pointless. I don't know why PPL do it. Anti-Y. Oh wow. Fuck dude, I bought that Skate 2 disc off eBay and it came in German language. Thought it was English too cause it said n/germ on the ad thing. I know a lot about Hitler. He was raped by his grandfathers apparently and also was in an insane asylum for a while. He also wanted to be a painter at some point but it didn't work out for him. He also was a total narcissist. You wanna hear more facts? I'm having wings TN. Buffalo, I think. Soldiers playing Skater XL. That's Pog.
jak
Man do it RN. Also Skater XL is this new skating game. It's like Skate 3 but it's fucking realistic. The controls are crazy. Okay. You gonna run it TMRW? Cool, tell me when I wanna see. Yeah dude, it's easy. You just download it and it's all common sense really. Why would it get rejected? Sounds fine to me.
Hey there, so in this video, I would like to talk about this image out there, and it's called the Wall Street Cheat Sheet, Psychology of a Market Cycle. Now, this image isn't new. It's been out for, I don't know, maybe a couple of years now. And the reason why I wanted to bring it up is because I still think that it's still pretty relevant to Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, even though it talks about Wall Street. So even though this is an older image, the psychology of people don't change, right? So it doesn't matter what market it is in, whether it's gold.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about troubling and irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
Plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of bias
I swear to God. What the fuck? That motherfucker was dusty. I just shot myself. I swear to God.